Hello everyone. Um, extremely sorry for the wait. Oh, goodness. I guess this is immediately on top of everything else. I'm so sorry for the wait. I had to have a violent fight with OBS before starting today. Like, for some reason, like, I didn't have this problem yesterday, I didn't have this problem the other day. I had that thing where, like, game capture doesn't capture anything. Like, it's just a black screen for some reason. So I had to fight, like, I spent 10 minutes fighting to see what was the problem. Apparently, OBS didn't start as administrator, because that's necessary for some reason. I don't know why it changed. I don't know why it did. Anyway, let's do stuff. I realized that we didn't check the bird cage. Ah, look here, Mr. Sato. Oh, yes, it was cracked and broken a little. I suppose it's because it fell from such a height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. A fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Yeah, okay, there's something there. And yeah, we checked the photograph, I think. And the card. Oh. Is that smudge here? I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Trevor uses, didn't he? Is that it was specially imported, a very high quality oil that's impossible to find in Britain. Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that is more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. It doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Actually, will that work? About these, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning my letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't that much playing trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the car that's important. Eh? How come? It's just that that is much on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. Yeah, sure. I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Alright, I mean Toby. Yes. Puppy. I love the puppy. I love puppy. His sense of smell is so good that he can track people over the oceans, can he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Trevor's workshop. He's doing the sniffs. I think he's speaking of a scent. So I mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, so it could lead us to the dodgy Cubs shop workshop. That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. Well, wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that driver's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Yeah, because he's definitely gonna die at this point. I mean, not that it matters, it's gonna go to Barry. That's probably like a fate worse than death. Right, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna go in after that dodgy engineer car right this minute. Oh, how long? Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Alright, oh well, never mind. I ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. He'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Tubby? Well, I always have ya. Come on, that boy. See ya later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Trevor. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible that he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Two-Spell's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture. If you want to call them an unusual, well, it is an unusual venture, but of all things. 23rd of October, Madame Two-Spell's Museum of Waxworks. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course. Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Eek! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry, I think you'll find that's the temporary waxworks himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. Is Ryunosuke Naruhodo, famous Japanese lawyer? I must say I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties. Hello. Not disturb her. Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Well, that happens when you meet a French. Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Two-Spell's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, Sholmes. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, well, what do you mean? Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world-famous great detective of waxwork, Sherlock Holmes. Susan! Holmes! Look at what you've done! My most humble apologies. I thought I'd die and go to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. The worst way to do that. My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my dear fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. Or any food so far today for that matter. Bro. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Excuse me, my nose is itchy. Apparently the allergies are bad today. Ah well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyways, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, the most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I. It would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? Damn! A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspes at all costs! A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Perhaps. Perhaps we do. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh. Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drever. He's the swindler who took to Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the Kinesis machine. Actually, let me think. Was that? Wait, was that the name of the guy from... Because I confused the two. Which is funny considering the characters. But wasn't that the guy from... What was the other story? The one that I confused with... with a scandal in Bohemia. Give me a second. Because I remember him being... But was that not the name of another character? Okay, yeah, so I was confusing myself because it's not this. Well, no, wait, it's from A Study in Scarlet. Yeah, it's from A Study in Scarlet. I remember that much. Yeah, I wasn't wrong. It wasn't from A Study in Scarlet. Like, although the guy from that story, if I remember correctly, if I'm not confusing myself, he was like a Mormon, salesperson, something like that? Is that what it was, or am I confusing it with something else? Like, that's the problem with having read stuff and then forgetting stuff because you have terrible memory. Like, you forget. Like, literally you forget. Like, yeah, he was Mormon, so I am right. Yeah, he was like a Mormon seller from like Utah, which makes sense because it's Utah. All of the Mormons are there for the most part, and he also gets skill, if memory serves me right. Like, I'm just rechecking. Just again, it's a problem with the fact that I read most of the Sherlock Holmes that I read it like over 10 years ago, if not over 15 years ago, because I'm old. And then I just confuse stuff with other stuff because I have terrible memory. Thank you, ADHD. So I just wanted to make sure. Anyway, a swindler and an engineer, quite the motherman. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic, which is, I guess, funny that the guy based on a guy who was Mormon practices magic. There's something there. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? Have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Trevor's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. Is that supposed to be good for me? I do ask politely, is that supposed to be good for me? As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Yeah, okay, so that's done. Sholmes, about the fact that you lied to me about my boyfriend's death. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? I like that he's not even, you know. I appreciate that Inosuke like doesn't. He's not waiting for it. He's not gonna like run circles around Sholmes. He's just like, yeah, bitch, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhiro, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Yeah, I remember. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Yeah, but that's the only time that you mentioned the word murder, he never really mentioned, like, he doesn't talk of Kazuma in the terms of like him being dead. Like, he calls him a victim, but it's not really, like, he doesn't talk about him like a corpse, like you would a corpse, is the thing. Like, that's the main thing. He calls it a murder then, but they're otherwise. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all! Priceless! I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? No. I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. So, spill the beans, bitch. And I'll tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Well, that's unhelpful. Anyway, here's a photo of Trevor. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Trevor. The face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. Okay, that's a good one. I'm sorry. You just caught me by surprise. You know the white people, hashtag the white people, who are like, yeah, all Asian people look the same. It's just like, oh yeah, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. They're kind of just the same guy. Like, it's the same energy. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, the English look the same. They deserve a little bit of that. So looking at the photographs will be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting this, very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well... What is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings, as a special one-time only price you decide? What? The opportunity won't come again, my lad. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps you could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Okay, you know, Sholmes, you could just say, guys, I need you to watch the exhibit because there's clues there, but I can't tell you that there's clues there because if I did, it would be a problem for me. Are you Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only to look at my expression to ascertain if it is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. Oh, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Okay. Well, the money's we spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Okay. Through those heavy curtains at last. $5 we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right that somehow that Mr. Shom slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. We could ask Gina to do it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors are taking the law into their own hands or cheap loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. He's the most reasonable, yeah. 23rd of October, Madame Tuspel's a special exhibit. No head. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Sato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more. Now I'm looking a little more closely. We paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The Nero, the great diddling detective, is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? Maybe a little bit of both. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble of royal blood. The Waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Look at all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps you should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's some metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. There have been could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? That's what she said. About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly, the Crystal Tower of the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? And that appears to be everything. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks surreal. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Oh hey, a camera. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera, but it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps we should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You just see yourself so sad to sun, your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? I just wanna check it by stages. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Mrs. Sato? Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Well, there's not a lot of reason to have a shovel in a graveyard. One is to put bodies inside and the other is to exhume the bodies. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, isn't it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. The point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this, well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Man who is so scared of the dead ends up doing a bunch of murder cases. Wait, I don't get to... Oh, there it is. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. I think it's probably Trevor, I'd have to assume. That's why it's, you know, not letting me see him. Yeah, I assume. The long hair already kinda gave it away, but like, yeah, that makes sense. Actually, how old is Trevor anyway? Like, do I have... He's 35 and already all white? Dude! Dude! Ah! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it! A black monocle! Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes? It's Enoch Trevor. The color of his hair is different, but... It's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes! This man is the subject of a Professor Hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? Also, kind of important that head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. Okay, fair. That's hardly his fault. And by his fault, I mean Sholmes' fault. What a surprise. So then, the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I'm, goddammit, I thought it was Renesmee for a moment. But I must locate the missing head to the suit, as Madame would say, or I'll be in great trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Yeah, I feel that. like I feel that. I feel that. I understand. I understand the feeling. You know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Miss Sato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely could never really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Finally! It took you like a million years. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Which is the classic way of killing someone with a dog, really. Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court. So you mean that the professor's identity... As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night that he was buried, the convict man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the mud-lined graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to the chilling events. There was a witness. But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drever, he saw it happen. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drever 10 years ago. 10 years ago. The convicted professor, having been gifted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. So witnessed that unimaginable scene. This young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young driver ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer would come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was created here at Madame Tuspel's. I can't quite understand why the man's hair turned white suddenly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Trevor was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? The professor's act of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one may say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can't imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlour tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No. But that would mean Mr. Trevor must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. But knowing Sholmes is not gonna be the actual explanation, it's gonna be something else. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking then that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Trevor's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. I'm bleeding, Nora. Hello. What have you gone done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you be. So, Gina, not so loud in the museum. Madame, the spells will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still have some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put the gun down. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? Sweetie, honey, darling? What brings you here? What do you think? We found him. We found that dodgy Cove's workshop. What? You found Trevor's workshop? Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. Devils and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the bus to write out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright, I'll see you there. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here. Being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. You're worse-hearted me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris Standard played with. Forget that! I'll pay for everything. Then there's no moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then. I should gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. That looks like a freaking laser beam. God, a laser beam gun. 23rd of October, Enoch Driver's workshop. Boop. That looks like, oh yeah, it's like the actual Kinesis something or other. Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous Kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time, you really worked miracles. Toby, hijo de miracle worker. I love Toby. He is my best friend. Look at him. He's just a baby. I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow that you have going on. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. With some lemon in it. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Darling, no, we didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude and pay now, would I? Thank you. I'm still not sorry at the fact that you're definitely gonna get killed. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, get cracking. Level 6 and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you got the picture right now. You don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down once we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Ha 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 ha! Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. No, this is kind of right. This is... It's an European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, this. Just the right side for the boy you lot turn up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Trevor was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Okay, makes sense. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There will be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. People who don't care about that? Well, those students seem to be holding back. It is quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose chains drop on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fellow. British people are very much ruled by their own ideas, aren't they? I think that shows this too, Mrs. Sato. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains will soon go away. It's a Royal Science Society trophy for excellence in science! A young scientist will wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No. Well... genuinely, yes. I would like a back massage. But not from you. No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Trevor than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madame. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. What on earth is this? An airplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well... this model is, yes, but a real airplane would actually fly high in the skies. Well, suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in mid-air unsupported. So to you, the solution is Evertal or Towers. Well, it's a solution, I'll give him that. Well, it seems like this is the last thing we have available. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, it looks like it got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's especially locks made on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And now I'm giving it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. He looked happy. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drever must have fled at the first sight of danger. Probably. Oh. Is something wrong, Mrs. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it now. Oh, you reckon, Tavi? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's there, open up, it's Scotland Yard. That sounds kinda bad. Okay. Oh my, someone is in there. This rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. Only it were countenance. I could unlock the door in less than a minute. Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Get us through the blasted door. There! You may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. It's an emergency. It's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Okay. Yes. What's happening here? Why is everything upside down? Right, there ain't no one here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drever running away. But there's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. The skylights are too high. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me, what are we here then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? The Professor Hairbrain's farming machine, is it? Blimey, if we have these, there will be no need to make a try to investigate all the scrap metal. There's something of great interest here too. This rope was laid on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope. What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. Yeah, I think we have to worry about the fact that there seems to be a bomb. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in an... Mrs. Sato, what's the matter? That's surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Do you say? A time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruto. I won't take that as a compliment. Yeah, nothing, do ya? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Naruto. This particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes. Have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. You don't have to call us stupid, you know? It's a little rude of you to call me stupid. Also, give me a second, I need to blow my nose. Okay, I think that's so. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mrs. Sato. Here we go, I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is a work of Trevor himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. He's so angry about this. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. Are you sure? You are too kind, my dear madame. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Sato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logical reasoning spectacular. Oh boy. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed! The key here. Safe 43582. That's the number that I can't read from there. It's gravity. It's me. It's me. It's me. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. Has it? But the gravity in this room was severe, and then suddenly restored to normalcy. Are you stupid? He's stupid. He's being stupid. Okay. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the power gravity played in this whole witness. I quite understand your skepticism, Mrs. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. Oh no, I'm disappearing because of the device. Because... I'm disappearing because of the device. Nah. It would have been funny. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that the restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Trevor, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. He's so stupid. He's so dumb. Like he's so stupid. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was an engineer friends the same? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madame. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. What? What? Like, you already mentioned that the skylight was too high. Like, that was already mentioned. Of course, Trevor's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, except in the skylight lights. Ah. Whee! Boop! By inverting the gravity in here, Trevor was able to fall conveniently on the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Trevor have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Funny enough, is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was concerned with none to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. May I recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. Oh, I thought it was a Rasuke for a moment. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Trevor was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Well, I'm not giving you permission. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. He's so stupid. Gregson Sonner's reaction to this. Gina doesn't give a shit. Understandable, have a nice day. Susato is just kind of like, She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? Well, you can lower the gravity, technically. Like, low-gravity rooms... Like, you can create a low-gravity space, but... Low gravity is not anti-gravity, to be fair. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it! But my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. Me every time that I have to deal with Sholmes. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. And I just come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I read it in something that Miss Sato lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rub you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Trevor had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Yeah. Mystery is inevitably unraveled by the end, as I think you'll find the ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only to look at the mystery we face in this room now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. Probably. We must do it quickly before Enoch Trevor gets too far away. Oh, the forensic team comes here with Van Six. One or the other. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning is spectacular. Oh boy. Yeah, come on, Sholmes. I'm not in the mood to deal with your shit. I want to... Oh, there it is. 43258. 2, I think it was. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's actually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? Well, refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows us exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Oh, I don't get to it. I do want to open that large safe. Why are you normal?
Take that!
Like that probably was like pasted to something, isn't it? The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business, as in nothing. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As rightly said, though it appears at first glance that all furniture in the room is upside down. It's an assuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never invented at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Why, then naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device, which we just said it wasn't. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Well, is the only thing that would make sense. Like, everything else is just like why else would it be if not to get the safe combination?
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely! I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, do you not? Yes, last year, when I brought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on this inside cover of a book just in case. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came round, I had forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I had to... Thank you, for Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I proved my point. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. You remember that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. You know, there are other ways too. do that without turning the entire room upside down, I feel. But whatever. Okay, this is the same as before. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Shums and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Shums is what gets us in these situations in the first place. Okay. Oh. Okay, sure.
Take that!
I can't say I was expecting that, but okay. The reason there are footprints in the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar. Ah. It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruto and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Master Gods claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was a second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say? If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility that something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. That's why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah. Most probably Trevor intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of on those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Shums has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground. Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Ah, yes. The old-fashioned crowbar.
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact. And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Trevor. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. Who cares about his shoe? So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Trevor has hidden inside that balloon? Oh. Ah, What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is! A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So you can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment, this is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh goodness. I see you've joined the dots, Mrs. Sato. Excellent. Of course, a headless waxwork model. Case of the abducted Madame Two Spells model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Two Spells will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? He's conclusively confessed my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the processor from Madame Two Spells and returning it since the death earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Is it though? Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction are inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Well, it appears the logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you seem to reflect on the journey we made together during this deduction. Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be... Well... is the only likely place.
Take that!
Before we gain access to this back room, we heard noises coming in here, which tell us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe, and pressed for time in an attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Kind of uncomfortable place to be. Does conclude Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle again. Well, so, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was 1432582. I knew that! Alright, here goes. Well, that looks uncomfortable. You found me. Okay. Who do you think you are doing those moves, Sholmes? Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Driver, I presume. Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork for Madame Tuspels as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. I see. Stunned silence. You're all geeing up to die with me then. No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That one's too close for comfort. I got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I would say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist! I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Actually, do we have anything in the core record we can? There's a bunch of things we haven't checked, so we might as well have a chance now. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. That's what she said. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thin skin. There's really no need for such comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Oh, look, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells me the time and the rumblings of his stomach now. He's giving up having a watch. Or Professor Mikotoga. Nah, he deserves it. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here, there seems to be some very dark stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Interesting. I assume that's everything. There's a little metal plate here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of science. Sorry, I had a nose problem. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly, Mr. Driver was really was a very talented scientist. And this look does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch in your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. That appears to be everything, okay. Now we can converse with this guy. What on earth happening here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a third going over, don't you worry, driver. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, walking a fine fiddle today. No words, just tightly squeezed ships. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set up about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And and after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first said this parcel digging. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. That's fair. For the dead wish of you, I didn't ride beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's especially inside. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. In fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting an invited guest to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they hear a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah, I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, and nose and mouth? Yeah. I think we have a fairly good idea what's been going on here now. What about the two incidents you evidently... Oh boy. God, I'm sleepy. I don't know from what, but I'm sleepy. Maybe it's the heat. I'm gonna blame the heat. The heat always gets me sleepy. But what about those? What about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinetic experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the Waxworm model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. Literally and metaphorically, I'm assuming. You lot, leave at once. My dear madame, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If he's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you... Get out! But of course, we'll show yourselves to the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhiro! Yes? It would appear that our delightful, entertaining investigations have to run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out. Now! All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. No, you say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, I'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. It was a time zone set in here, and this lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Trevor? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Why are you? That one? Yeah, I mean... There's a second one. Of course there's a second one. Wait, on the one outside? In the actual exhibition? Kablooey. How long did he set that up? It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Not that it mattered, because it clearly didn't work. Although it does matter, because our case kinda depends on it. Oh boy. 24th of October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows! Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the quorum today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh god damn it, Sholmes. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Sholmes is 9:11. Like 9:11 a.m. I mean, I wake up at 6:30. You're not making like any kind of incredible this is not impressive. Well, if I must agree, then as you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Here Iris had to deploy her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked me both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far, she's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Who's cutting in? Oh, it's you. I thought it was gonna be Iris. I had a hope. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? I don't know, maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Hear me. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? Wah! I don't know! Or Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought to the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That... the mass murderer who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. This was all done on the wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all you hear. Uh-huh. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. I guess. I need to check that though. Condemned prisoner. Name redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the Professor. Dead by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Kearney Stevens. Why? You're Scythe, but your name is Kearney. Leader of the forensic investigation team. Yeah, well, she could be married. Like, it could be her maiden name. We did see a Stevens at some point in the first game's autopsy report. Like, it could be that she... Like, the only thing that I can think of is that her daughter is, like, she had it with, like, a different person or out of wedlock, and then she married again. Because she's an adult, it looks like. Or at least, like, an older teenager. Like, this was 10 years ago. Like, the professor was 10 years ago, so her daughter had to be, like, 6 or 5 at least. Like, the youngest she could be, I assume, is, like, 4 or 5. So she was probably she probably had her out of wedlock, and then she married her. If it's what I think it is, which I don't think they would have two Cornys in the same case. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Slowly, a lot of the year are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Well, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. They were going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose we'll be in there today, will he? Trevor? Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Castle and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once, or I'm gonna have to whack your balls twice as much as usual. Well, this is it then. The final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before actually, this strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial and I'm not ready for it. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Supposedly. But also defending my client. Technically that's my job. 24th of October, 9:30 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, hi, boyfriend. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this courtroom to be in session again. Except not really, I'm gonna go get my coffee. Like, I'm not gonna have a better time to go get my coffee, so I'll go get my coffee, and then the court will be in session, actually. So, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Just before we continue, give me 2 seconds. I wanna check something. Okay, this is working fine. Like, I thought that there was something weird about, like, B2 avatar. Like, fast with OBS, like, I just wanted to make sure that everything was in order. Okay, I think everything is fine. Okay, that's weird. That's working. But now it doesn't work. Okay, give me a second. Like, I'm gonna check it later, but... Okay, that's normal. Okay, I'm gonna have to, like, check this one myself later. Might do some fixing here. Because I don't know what the problem is with OBS. It's been weird. Like, I don't know what's wrong with it. Besides the fact that it's OBS. It's been giving me problems. What can I say? Anyway. There's some diplomatic here, the barber Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Actually, you know what? It might be because, it could be that it's not opening the same way that it didn't open OBS as administrator. Maybe that B2 Studio didn't open it as administrator. I'm gonna have to edit that, which I don't know why, because I had it so it always opened as administrator. But okay, sure, whatever. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Boyfriend. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Sixen has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss, who is definitely my boyfriend. If I may, Lord Van Six. What is that? Yes, my lord. Sorry, I almost threw my water bottle across the room accidentally. Today is one of those days for me, so it appears. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings we see the complexity of this case rise considerably. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. Okay. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. He's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene of the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. And anxiety should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. I have to listen to us said on both sides of the fence and then said on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my days. It wasn't like this at all. God damn it, old man. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Von 6. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? An explosion. This is an outrage. Yeah, I agree. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? Maybe not. The only thing that he managed to do is make it more obvious that there's a hole in the ground. Which doesn't necessarily help anyone's case. Well, except Hairbrain's. That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough examination could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. I mean, it's already a different trial because my boyfriend is here. Even if he doesn't remember me. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinetic machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. It's probably fine. Got it? However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. But it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. As Law Van 6 rightfully says, it is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpire. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odi Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. It ultimately is an accident, like, even if he was, if he were declared guilty, like, it is an accident. The worst that you could call that is manslaughter. Thank you, counsel. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Then, Number 6, summon your first witness, please. Advance, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Oh boy, this guy. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. Enoch Black Protocol? Yeah, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too. I had the exact same feeling myself. People recognize you, I see. file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. Wait, see? Theft of a waxwork model, is it? The most extraordinary sounding business. Oh, right, the wax model. I almost forgot about that. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Clear it from your mind. You are familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Driver, who constructed the vast machine using the experiment. So our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we were already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility. Nothing more. But... We procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Okay, time to get screwed. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Asma's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the wreckage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? Well, we do have a wax model. That's better than nothing. That goes without saying, surely. I mean, perhaps. You give the impression that something has moved, when in reality it hasn't. Is a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. Mr. Challenge do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what by all accounts must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Driver. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it is true I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attested to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for the young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Oh my nose. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Oh, my nose. The itchies from the allergies is the worst. Counsel for the offense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. I guess. Okay. Hmm. See, there's something there. Because like we checked Spire underneath.
Objection!
We examined the we've examined the bird cage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree, the damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. Yeah. That's right, my lord. The birdcage was at the scene. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experimentation at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Ah. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the vessel of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following an spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. He then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. The victim's neck was broken!
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Six. The witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish his deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue to resolve this matter. Mr. Driver, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. I nearly had him there. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the wreckage to have fallen from. Yeah, about that, I disagree. Have the experiment. Wait, no, not the sketch. I probably need the diagram because we did have a diagram, right? Like, we had both. Autopsy report. Wait, didn't we have like a different one? Or am I insane? Didn't we have like two early on?
Objection!
No, it's the one that works, as long as it works. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the wreckage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the wreckage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. Now, yeah. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the wreckage could possibly have fallen, the requisite 30 feet. Yeah, it's here. In the tower.
Take that!
If it had fallen from here, the wreckage would have plummeted the same 30-foot distance.
Objection!
If that's my learned friend's claim, I suggest he demonstrates for the court. Personally. Huh? And you may consider this a parting gift, counsel. What? I feel like I've just been hit from... you see the deck from 30 feet up anyway. Now. Don't give me recourse to make the next fall from 60 feet up. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. But like I did. The fuck are you talking about? I guess I put it too low? I guess I had to put it like higher, like closer to the platform. Like the entire thing is 30 meters, so it doesn't really matter.
Take that!
Oh, so apparently I just put it too low. Fuck that shit. That's stupid. That's dumb. The place I'm referring to is here. That's... yeah, tower. The wreckage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the wreckage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was about the crash site. Ah, look at that face on 6. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor on the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Yep. Are you all surprised? Oh god, sorry, my nose. I don't know why the allergies are grabbing me today, but oh god, am I having the allergies. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, is true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. There's a hole. Oh lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Well, that simplifies the process. Mr. Trevor, it was you who built the Kinesis machine. Which means that it was you who built the two birdcages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only be carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
Do you have to do that with the sword? You're so difficult, 1-6. If my learned friend has reached the end of his vile assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. Well, your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2? Not even 1? Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the Kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Trevor had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bear cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive. Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord 1-6? The contract in which Mr. Trevor entered with the victim, Mr. Asman, it reads, Mr. Trevor is to receive 30% of all remunerations for government grants or other income. 30%. Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision built into the clause. What provision? Mr. Trevor may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Trevor having done as you suggest is nil. Nil. I was thinking about that one attack from that world boss. You know the one. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord 6, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Okay. Let me check that for a second. It's true. Everything I do it for you. Huh? Terrorists receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Trevor may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. If Trevor had no opportunity to switch the barricade under the stage with the one on the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument still holds true, however. There were 2 cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I have no doubt that there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. The prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
I disagree with that assertion. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point! The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Trevor. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpire. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else, counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Trevor had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Not that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. It's not even the most serious crimes are dealt with. If these accusations turn out to be false, and make no mistake, the prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care. Like, what are you gonna do to me at this point? Come on, 6. Well, counsel, we intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter. What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Trevor had an accomplice or even if he really is a culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Trevor have an accomplice or not? Absolutely, there's no other way to do this. The defense is ready to name Mr. Trevor's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Also, my lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Trevor's accomplice? See, that's easy, because it has to be someone who has access to the body, or, well, the entire structure, and access to the autopsy report. And there's only one person who could have access to both. Dumb as it seems.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is Vatsran, my Nipponese friend. Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Mostly directed at me. It could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. Not that it's the first time that happens. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Is it though? Is it gonna be alright? Thank you, Miss Susato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. No. Have you played any From Software games? All of the enemies are always really large in comparison. Alright then. Here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Consul. Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Trevor in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Kearney Scythe. What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. Yeah, that's what I said. We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in the team's presence, never mind the bomb. Like, the time bomb could only have been put in the machine at that point in time, otherwise it makes no sense, and she would have had access to it. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. I want some corn. You got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the Jarl's name through the mud. I don't need to drag the Jarl's Jarl's name to the mud. You would drag your own asses on the mud. You're terrible at your job. All cops are bastards. I didn't mean to. Yes, I did. I know the moment very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? I don't know, shrugs. My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. Oh, come on, I'm not that wild. But the recklessness of the accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands your address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Let me guess. Oh. You know, I was expecting him asking me for a motive. I was waiting for him. What is her motive to work with this man? And he's like, oh boy, that's gonna be difficult. Okay. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly, if the package containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, That cage would also have contained the body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet. Bro, we have the answers, it's like last part. What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Oh, come on, dude. You can't tell me you forgot the wax works. Come on. Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious, evidence! That's my favorite. I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. Nah, where do you think we are? The United States Senate? If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double in the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
There you go. We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. Oh, come on, it's a cool version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... Really? Now's the moment when you get all nervous and shit? It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, before I got like a panic attack, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. When did they bring it to the entire body? Like, when did they bring that out from the Waxwood house? What? Why is it here?
Objection!
Open your ass and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. No, I have like a boyfriend. We don't need to do that. So dramatic. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryonosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murder from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Trevor. Yeah, he probably knows the motive. But just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Trevor abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident of the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. And the timing. Is this true, Mr. Trevor? And at first, I couldn't see why Mr. Trevor would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Okay, what are you objecting to now, sweetie? Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated the vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. Ah, you're using the jury against me. Very smart. Very smart. I'm gonna chuck him out of the window in like 2 seconds. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way that resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Oh boy. Yeah, to be fair, we're kind of fucked here. I would argue we're a little fucked. I will say that much. Wait, yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Oh, for fuck's sake! I didn't have to fight the juror at any point during this entire trial. And now that things are getting good is when Van Six just walks in and he's like, hey, remember that there's a group of jurors here? Remember that there's a jury? Congrats, bitch! Have a guilty verdict. Great, thanks, Van Six. Yes, you're such a delight. You bring my dead boyfriend to court who's not dead. You keep using him to open bottles for some reason, which, like, you really need to check that. You need to get that alcoholism checked, for the record. But... very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now. We know what their leanings are. It's just guilty. Just...
Guilty!
yeah.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
With the court on the cob, really? I need all of you guys. God damn, I hate the jurors. Like, they're fun, but my God. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. Yep. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. It's just gonna take like 30 minutes at the least. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. He is guilty because I vibes. Like that's what it is every single time. It's like, yeah, the vibes are rancid. This guy's vibes rancid. He definitely did it. Why? Vibes rancid. Which, like, fair. Sometimes people have rancid vibes, but still, oh god, my nose. Now that woman for years, she never be a good accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. And yet you gave me a guilty... okay, sure, whatever. I've seen no rigorous proof that this was ever inside this package. It's conjecture. Kissing someone without right evidences is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this Waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. I love that. It's polarized opinion, and yet everyone agrees that the guy is guilty. Okay, sure, whatever. That's super polarizing. I hate it. I hate it. Given that his face is obscure and his build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity as suggesting it as Mr. Osman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhara? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. Have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the submission examination. Yes, my lord. Okay. I wanna press him. Mostly, I assume that she's Stevens. Because in, like, her name is also Kearney. It makes the most sense to me that there wouldn't be two Kearneys in the same... like, in the same case. So, I guess what I need is confirmation that she was... like, her maiden name is Stevens. And Side is her married name. Because then that connects her directly to the case of the professor. It gives a reason of why that wax model was used.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. No, that's not your job. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? You can start with all cops are bastards. I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Well, the times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. They don't trust them now. Don't worry about it. They had to fight crime and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And win we did. That... no. 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 Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded a revolution. Dr. Stipe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a womanless. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dream of, then I tell you. Will you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We're all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, Viva! Full of vim! That's coming across loud and clear. You were full of zest for life, we get it. Okay.
Hold it!
We were only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? Around there. Because it was Dr. Side in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. Okay. Alright! Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tush. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
How would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. I do! Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. Ah, she's Fuyoshi it out, I see. This woman made me more astute than I've been giving her credit for. God damn. You don't have to say that, Renosuke. That pose of Renosuke like grabbing his chin thinking, and it has like the little like rainbow flag emoji with the question mark. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Side would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Oh, sorry, my dude. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. Perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Do you have something to say?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Uttermole? Ah, you calling him as murderer? Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like that man. You wanna be locked up, sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Always supporting us and helping us, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do, by the way you're trying to copy Revolver Ocelot and not doing a good job at it. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? I worked our fingers to the bone to end the public struggles with it. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. The coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. I knew it. She was the best of the best. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry, gotta be carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Side's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Ah, cuz, yeah, silly me. I saw it now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Yes, I don't see why not. The legendary coroner even then, okay. Wait, but that means... Well, the thing is, I do have proof. Like, I have the piece of glass, so that's technically proof.
Hold it!
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick! And I did! But there's more to one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the rear cage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose you should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But perhaps that means his mind could be changed if he managed to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Yes, we do. We have it. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So even your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. I'm going to be honest, dude. I think you're just saying that because you're racist. So you don't trust anyone in black. Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage, namely, my piece of glass.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Although it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower? Holy smokes! Exactly, the centerpiece of the great exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window that is special glass. From whence the small piece originated? Is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in the part of the assertion has been placed before you. As I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, and the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obligated to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Okay. Wait, can I? Will this count? Like for a pitch, would this work?
Objection!
Well, it went quiet, so probably. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Delicious corn. Ah, you mean me. You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. Ah, is that right? I think she was a little occupied with the corn. Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand what you said called a cob, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here, Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the Waxer has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Ah, well, me too then.
Story?
It is when the gentleman say he's right, and then he must be. See, well, I wouldn't dream of going against Scarlet Cup or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
Okay. I'm not gonna complain. Success! If you can call it that. Okay, and then... I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the Waxwork model of the professor was in the birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular Waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asman's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Yes. Sure. Whatever you say, Stanton. Yeah, and I do think I can press you and... Right, because I do have, like, now that he gave me the,
Objection!
now that he gave me her maiden name, I can in fact connect the two together. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me. What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Syed, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible.
I'm sorry, I had to sneeze.
But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean.
Dr. Syed's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence you say. How utterly enthralling.
So, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Syed to the mass murderer known as the professor. Where's the killer's autopsy report? Thank you.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. 10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professors. But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives you details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Corny Stevens.
Oh my, Corny Stevens.
I got like. It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Syed 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Driver very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Two-Spells. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all.
Do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover.
between Dr. Courtney's side and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. These are most extraordinary. I'm surely obliged now to explore this further. She would be so happy on the Twitter era, and by that I mean she would love the gossip. Alright, we gotta let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the Yarnsville's coroner. He was the lightest in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. All cops are bastards. Thank you, counsel, that we do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. The jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. Yay! We did it! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Look at that, man, 6! Waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe, and I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels. Great, she's back. The French! I really thought that Lord Van Six would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangement for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Yeah, and? The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Okay, and what else were you gonna tell me about the Pandora's box? Okay, whatever. I guess he's not gonna tell me. But... Sure, whatever, Van Six. I see how it is. I see how you treat me. God forbid a seal gets any respect. Uh, 24th of October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Vale is offended. Ah, the Knight Errant himself! Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time! Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself, because I haven't. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, in a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heart felt sympathies. Ah, ha, 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 ha. As it turns out, Lo Van Six is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how through? His great friend from university in the dock. And now a watchword of the killer who took his steam brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Trevor, Dr. Syed, and Lord Van Six. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone, with no intersection to any other. Bro, welcome to the club, I guess. Is it gonna be Gregson? Oh. Well, works for the police, I was close. Dr. Syed. Ah, Dr. Kearney Sidney Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Even though it's perfectly true. Because Gregson told me. Ah, I've been betrayed! To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. I would argue that disinfectant should stop the smell of the corpses. That's why... That's part of the reason why you use it. So you don't smell like a corpse, actually. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Syed. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Okay, yeah, she's definitely super guilty. Lord Van Six won't be summoning me as a witness. Longstrongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? Obviously evil Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is a professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. Not a thing that someone without regrets would say. Not like that. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Okay, I'll see you in the witness stand later. Cool. She mentioned it too. It's Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent whether you liked it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery to show my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you, I guess. Good. I shall make myself scarce then.
purchased a bag of caramel earlier, so I shall be knowing on that as you know away that the truth. Nah, I want some candy. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Renosuke, you're kind of an idiot. Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass, and the caramel bar. Like, something fucked up is gonna happen. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. The thing here is, how do you prove Dr. Scythe is guilty, like is involved in this, if you cannot call her to the witness stand? Which, here's the deal. Van 6 doesn't give me the feeling of a person who wouldn't just tell Stormheart to go fuck himself and just do what he wants. Mostly because he basically did that to Gregson in the final case in the first game. I would 100% believe that he would just be like, yeah, fuck you guys. I'm gonna call you to the stand anyway. But he's gonna need a reason. Like, he's gonna need enough proof on my side that he can be like, look, if I don't call her to the stand, it would look like I'm not doing my job. I kinda have to do it. And that's the situation where it might be problematic. 24th of October, 12:40 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. And the waxwork is still there in the middle of the courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord, the defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of what convicted the fellow who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord 1-6, my lord, are we still waiting? We're still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two-Spells. Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well, bringing the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Two-Spells to the stand and whack her balls. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Trevor is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. What connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. Technically, it's more than just the model of the professor. There was a model of Trevor finding the professor, so he was involved in the case 10 years ago. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. State your name and occupation for the court, please. Oh hey, it's an actual model of Sholmes. I see that she's working on that. My name is Madame Esmeralda Two-Spells. I'm a waxwork artisan. I'm the proprietress of the Madame Two-Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as a testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Yeah. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? One of pain and suffering, I hope. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. Waxwork model, kidnapped. Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit.
However, according to what I just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odi Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd! Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were extremely confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded statutory secret. There is no possible way that a repository of periodic exhibits could get his hands on that information. Well, the mash. That is as she knows. She got that information somehow. Like it has to be. Like, she knows. Okay, so she's also connected to the professor case somehow. Great. That's great. Great, guys. Excellent. It would seem you are unaware of the two spells principles. What principles? The family two spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned by complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the two spells wax source from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the two spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct, the model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. The two spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Hear me, somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Wait, the true visage of the killer is that? This is ludicrous! It is out of the question! The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. The French. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shook society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. The gravedigger, the man sanctioned this. Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did he do, huh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster! Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But two spells would not be two spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is imagined from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article.
Oh hey, hi Rebel.
Been a while. Was the Bal Masqué to blame for the Great Blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theatre continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theatre owner, Mr. Frederick Grier.
I wonder if that's gonna be important.
It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Oh, thanks for the article. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have produced this scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Trevor to Dr. Scythe. There has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light.
But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened.
Prove that Dr. Scythe and Trevor were in on this crime together. For some reason. Okay, let's see.
Hold it!
And no one saw you. You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cavern fell open and I had some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window time.
What do you mean?
When I take an impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
Ah, rigor mortis.
It's a name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is also used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education. If a slightly scary one.
As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
For that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that. I wonder about that information the courses have from Madame Two Spells. Let me check the core record for a second. It feels significant, but I wanna see the death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Wait. at midnight, but she was a... the information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant to see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. I'm currently amend your testimony as discussed. Yes, sir. Like, if he died at midnight and you were there for hours...
Objection!
It makes no sense. Does it? Madame Two Spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspos was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sykes' report, it quite clearly states the following. Dead by hanging, confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Now, if the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Wait, yes, you are right. The chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order, order, counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report on your side, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. Heck, extraordinary. Not in my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? But what exactly do you suggest did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Side, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. I shall present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. I'm assuming it's a 10-year-old article.
Take that!
Hey, that's the only thing that makes sense. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
And be a fool! That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
I would. Yes, indeed.
Might we, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course, there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There will surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
I say that even though in the article it says the last name and it's clearly the man that we called here earlier on the trial.
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
But are you suggesting, counsel, that you identify the person in question?
I love how it's like no one reads except me.
That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord, actually, because I read the actual article. I took a second to read what the image says. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claims now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of the siren scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drever.
Rather, the previous witness.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates a decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and besides the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drever.
Order, order, order! Surely not, counsel.
Whoever was there in Lowgate Cemetery. What's all this talk about Mr. Drever? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame, to your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No! What that would mean? Madame Tuspels, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drever. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my.
Good gracious.
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man,
Except on the one that we just received where it says Mr. Drever.
No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. Bro. It says right there, Mr. Drever Dreadful Encounter is right there. I just noticed the article has O. Asman written there. That's his signature from the contract when I check the okay, so that's his motive. Drever got written in this article and that fucked him up in some way or another, and Asman is responsible, and that's why he got involved in killing him. Like, it's just revenge. But really, like, did you not read the article? That is a part from one newspaper. Okay, fair. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the corp. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article.
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced the shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drever, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of his student dorms. Unbelievable. At Sheep Rampage also. Very interesting. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Trevor in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactament. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
Well, okay. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated this claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Trevor. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Trevor used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ah! You know, if you're having heart problems, that's probably because you drink too much. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Trevor are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Six won't be summoning me as a witness. Long Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is a professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Six. Unless he's a coward and a little bitch. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Six, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yeah. Let Enoch Trevor and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Thank you, Van Six. You made this much easier for me. I appreciate it. Order, order, order. Very well. I will help your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect and arrest Dr. Scythe of the forensic investigation team, and also whack her voice. Woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Trevor and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime would never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. truth behind all of this is about to come out. Does Bruno Mars is gay? Oh, she's still here, carving good old Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lorvan 6. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, then there's even a hint. If there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth their salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. He's always here, always watching, always waiting. This model of the killer known as the Professor was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time! The sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? This man has nothing to say. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court, tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery.
Look, he was a student who saw it.
You can't see the resemblance actually, can you, with the man in Madame Two-Spells, I mean? Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When, at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Can you guys not be in cahoots with each other? Like, they're so obviously in cahoots. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony please, about the events of the night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course. As you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Okay, so yeah, so I was right. It was because Asman wrote that article. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse would come back from the dead. Bro. What? So you're saying this article is not what the paper is printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. If the details in the article are untrue, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Trevor and Dr. Syed would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuable spirit with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers. That is way beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffer retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grades to identify me unambiguously, am I right? I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me, as I described to see. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Come on, dude. You're only salty about it because your name was put there and you had to leave the university. Let's be honest with each other. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Okay. Hold it! The young woman being Madame Two Spells, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and I found the man. Me mispronouncing a lot of French, as always. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what it had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Ah. Oh, yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir. What then? Record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting the graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tellspell's way. It would seem then that this very camera Mr. Trevor took with him to Lowgate Cemetery, and then this is the very same that this is the very camera Mr. Trevor took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Hyde's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Trevor and Dr. Hyde are working together now, then if Trevor were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Narhart, exactly. That feels...
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Driver, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh, oh dear. We seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the close court ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution or subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Trevor, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask, so unless you'd actually seen the professor that night. It's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Order, order! Well, Mr. Trevor. It's a vile scent, isn't it? If you look closely. As I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I've been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story business, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still going to concede to the point. This bitch. Wait. He could have taken a photo of the entire thing. Wait. Oh, I think oh, god damn it. I fucked up. Yeah, no. That was my mistake. That was me fucking up. Okay, yeah, okay. Actually, I want to recheck the camera for a second. Just in case. Like, I know I checked it for the blood before. Like, we saw this, but since it got updated again, I do worry that maybe I need to recheck it just, you know, so the game isn't dumb about it. A fellow grave robber. What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know? Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. That's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming that it was just another student on equally unsalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreant at work, perhaps. Fire upon one of them. If a grave digger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think I might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well. I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Yeah?
Excuse me!
Something you need to tell me, ma'am? Madame Two Spells? Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Driver's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Driver could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know?
Objection!
Have a care, driver. There's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Driver told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up! That will do. Mr. Driver? Yes? You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Oh, come on! Do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. What time? A little over time. Let's leave it here. I need my lunch. I'm gonna get very hungry, and I'm gonna be very upset if I don't have my lunch. So we're gonna end for today here. I already started late, so I made up for the fact that I had to start late. We'll continuing on Friday. We're definitely ending this case on Friday and send the next one. But until then, we're left with the cliffhanger, I suppose, of the obviously guilty coroner and the obviously guilty, well, I guess he's a scientist now, and magician, sort of. I was gonna call him a grave robber, but he's technically not working as a grave robber anymore. But anyway, thank you everyone for being here. We'll continue this on Friday. We're doing something else tomorrow. That's about it for you. So again, thank you. Did I say that before? Yeah, I think so. Thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day and a good start to your week. And I'll see you tomorrow for something that does not, I think, involve grave robbers and or coroners. Probably. Maybe magicians. Depends. I'll think about it. Bye, everyone.